So we opened Destroyer yesterday, and I'm determined to make content with our latest Pull 3 card, okay? So let's see if we can win some games with this large, expensive lad. 16 power, 6 drop that breaks all our other cards when he comes into play. Bane.
This land is always changing.
Alright, well, I guess we're playing Weirdworld now. Which means Nova's just a 2-power Dorko, so nobody might destroy stuff. I guess I could play my Killmonger, potentially. I'm gonna pass and wait to Nakia next turn. Yeah, you can have exclamation point card name in chat, and you'll get the card text on it. Hey, Drax. Thank you for the tier 2 and for the 40 months. That's many a months. Our opponent acquired their deck for us. Thank you, opponent. I appreciate you. The bots be bad shit. That's all I'm saying. Hey, Dara, thanks for the prime. Your YouTube editor is great, by the way. Your video this morning was well done. How much Snap do I play off stream? A half hour to an hour a day. Oh, I guess I could have been playing into Asgard there. I wanted to make their lizard smaller. I wasn't paying attention to this. Do you think I can fight them in Xandar? I don't want to put Hulkbuster onto Nova because they could have my Killmonger. I think we're just gonna Groot here. Make Bolas great again. Thanks for the 38 months. Welcome back. You did that video yourself? Well, I mean, if you're your own editor, that's still a compliment for you. Oh, we draw their Chavez on the last turn. That's great. We snapped too late, chat. Which is apparently a good thing because our octopus beat us in the center. Tactical snap too late.
Defeat.
Tactical late snap. The Hulkbuster increases the card cost of the combined cost. No, I'm pretty sure that's not the case. So I want to make sure we play Wolverine at a location that's not Kunlun, because he moves himself when he gets destroyed. So if we can have him potentially get kicked into here, he could be +2 at the end of it. Yeah, and we're playing armor in our deck, so that way we can deploy stuff into armor's path that then won't get blown up by our destroyer at the end of the game. Except for things like Nova, obviously, that we want to be destroyed. But does he not count his move? Oh, you're right. It says play at a random location. Technically different. I'm just gonna load up an Asgard here and get some cards. Although, I guess it's a little redundant to put Wolverine and Colossus into here. Oh, we're actually gonna lose this, huh?
Cleared for takeoff.
Huh? So, if we Doc Ock here, it fills this location and it pulls stuff out that they can't play with this, and then next turn we can destroyer left to win left and Asgard, I think is the plan. I'm gonna snap that. I think it gives us a good chance to win this. I guess depending on what comes down here too, we can play into here. Yeah, I don't think we're winning center because the sunspot is accurate. Almost positive. Thank you for the 26 months. Welcome back.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, I think we have to bounce here, right? His armor unfortunately keeps Killmonger from dealing with these. I guess I could like Killmonger Cosmo here. And then win left and right. But they could also play right, right? Maybe we do this. But then I'm only 14 here, right? And this is gonna be 10. It's like we just lose to a Chavez here. I think we back out.
Escaped.
It was unfortunate that they went in on Asgard the same turn we did. So we didn't know we couldn't win there. I kind of don't want this to get destroyed this turn, I don't think. We're looking for an armor.
Opponent snapped.
So Cosmo means we could deploy Destroyer without its effect. But that means I basically have to win with what we already have on board, and that's probably not possible, right? Just back it out. I had Nakia on 3 and Angela.
Escaped.
Is a 16 power character really good? I'm actually not sure if that's true. Part of the reason I was a little disappointed to open Destroyer is I'm not sure if 16 power is actually good enough. I think there's a good chance that it's not. Nikarmatage. Hopefully they're a Nakia deck and they're about to Nakia us this turn. Yep. Cosmo turns off on reveal effects. might just do this. This is probably a game where we're destroying. Like, we have 2 more turns after this. I think we're just like Nova Killmonger this turn. And then we're just like Doc Ock or Hobgoblin into Destroyer. Okay, so obviously we're giving up the Crimson Cosmos now. Although that's a Captain Marvel there, so I guess that could change that dynamic. They have 5 cards in hand. I kind of want to just Doc Ock and fill their Asgard. Means their Captain Marvel can't move there, and then we figure out how to win one of the other locations afterwards. Okay, so we're locked in. We're locked in for 18 to 14 here. And then this puts us up to 20 here. But Marvel's currently 8, so that's not good enough. And this is what I, again, just like looking at. Someone said a 16 power stat stick is still good. It's really, I'm not sure that it actually is in most situations. Yeah, I think we're just torched here.
Escaped.
Namor's 10 power. I mean, Doc Ock did exactly what we wanted to do there, and it won us the location it came down in. It wasn't Doc Ock's fault that we lost every other location. Okay, I think it's probably worth Killmongering 1 Sunspot here. We'll see how quickly they fill their locations, whether or not we can Hobgoblin here on 5. I assume we probably can't. Do we even play to this location? I guess I can play Colossus here as a free roll. I don't really have anything else I want to do with my resources this turn, right? I'm gonna gamble a little bit here. And hope that they don't fill their locations. I'm gonna lean into it and snap too. And well, they're giving us an extra turn. That's actually kind of great for us, right? We just go like Nova, Bucky, and then like drop Wave over here. And then we get to drop Destroyer next turn. Oh, yeah. We technically want Bucky first, right? So the Winter Soldier gets the Nova bonus. Sequencing. Listen, chat, I'm not a fucking degenerate like the rest of you. I didn't spend last season playing 8,000 Nova games. This sequencing is new to me. Okay, so I guess Destroyer here could no, that'll be fine, right? Because even if the second Destroyer goes here, he won't blow this one up. Alright, yeah. This is good.
Opponent snapped.
Opponent snapped! Let's go. Giddy up. Alright, chat, we did it. We have successfully won a game of Marvel Snap with the Destroyer. Nailed it. Got us 8 cubes. We did it. We're moving on up. And that, honestly, is one of the reasons why decks that can do a thing like this are so much better in Marvel Snap than in not Snap card games. Because being able to win 8 cubes in a spot like that makes up for 8 games where we don't do the thing, chat. If you are playing this game well, you will be able to win more cubes than you lose with decks that do a thing by leveraging the games where you do the thing for more cubes and retreating in games where you're unlikely to do the thing. People are like, well, how many have you lost? It's like, well, this one win makes up for 8 losses now. Like, I can bounce out of 8 games where things don't go our way because of this one win. And that's huge. We got some rocks in our deck. Bucky into Deathlock probably wins Asgard. Okay, I desperately need to be able to draw cards this turn to have a shot at winning this game with all these rocks, so we're gonna Killmonger the Nova and try and win center despite their wave. That's true. There are exactly 2 more rocks in my deck, so once we draw our 2 more rocks with Asgard, we'll be able to start drawing real cards next turn. Professor Cheese is here. All right, Doc Ock. We're gonna count on 27 here being enough to, the Strange Academy is gonna push Doc Ock into the middle. I'm just playing him here because I want to empty a bunch of their hand, so basically a lot of their stuff gets played into this 27 power path lane. Oh well, that was happening regardless. And look, we bricked their Jubilee.
I am Iron Man.
And their Iron Man is brick tier 2 now. I don't know if we could win with whatever our last card is here. Hobgoblin's kind of a scary one. Because they could play 2 cards out here, but I'm definitely in for another. Honestly, I'm probably in for 3 cubes here. Yeah, we got a real chance in large part because we bricked the Jubilee. We do die to a Chavez. Not quite enough. Professor Cheese claims another victim.
Defeat.
We almost won that game despite them cheesing us with Professor X and drawing 4 rocks. It's quite impressive. Some credits. Some gold. Collect a season pass level. Professor X is a high variance design. That's fine. If you're into coin flipping one of your lanes every game, Professor X is a fine card for you. Better players will like a card like Professor X less than worse players, or people that are interested in incredibly high variance gameplay. L Ford, thank you for the Prime. I really appreciate the support. Folks like you make this possible for my job, so thanks for keeping me around. I think Professor X is very reasonable when paired with exactly Spider-Man. Outside of Spider-Man, it is a very cheese-inducing card. Ah, yes, the +2 power Hobgoblin. Beats. I think we're setting up for a Destroyer into Cosmo game. A wave here, Nova here. Well, do I want to wave this turn? I kind of want to wave next turn, right? Is their turn 6 is usually their big turn? Do we Nova Killmonger this turn with the plan to wave next turn? It gives us one less Nova power. Captain Marvel's kind of scary. Just play into the runes, huh? I guess if they have one big play we get got. Hey, Hobgoblin's the most extra power. Yeah, and then unfortunately we lose to Captain Marvel.
Defeat.
Us getting +2 ended up not mattering at least. If I would have ended up playing our extra 5 here, it still didn't matter, right? No, I guess it could have, but I needed to not play into the Cosmo path. It was super unfortunate that we just didn't draw either of our 2 payoffs that game, right? Like Doc Ock and Destroyer are both in the bottom 3 cards of our deck here. Pretty bad beats. We Nova that game. We Nova on 4. We just Deathlock into Stark Tower. I guess it could be Cosmo too. Stop there on reveals. Hands go away, we get new ones. So if we Destroyer here, it torches Cosmo currently. Is that worthwhile? You want to go Doc into Killmonger and just not play Destroyer? I guess that could be okay. I need to Doc in the middle though. Yeah, Doc just didn't really do anything here, right? Like, they just played their whole hand out anyways. So I can, like, Killmonger here, Deathlock here. I guess I could do this. This is 11 on its own. Puts me to 15 here. Opponent snapped. I think that's fine for us. Why are we torched? If they play here with Chavez, I win here and here. If they play here with Chavez, I win here and here.
Oh, snap.
I think we're good. Okay, Iron Man's the same as Chavez, right? So we lose middle, we win left and right? solid W.
Victory.
Two comments to the person I just timed out. One, if you're gonna tell me that something I'm saying on stream is wrong, feel free to cite a source or you're gonna get a break about it. Number two, saying these decks don't really play Chavez anymore doesn't change the fact that you should think about, hey, if they have Chavez here, can we beat it? Being good and making good plays at the end of the game involves thinking through which things your opponent could be doing and then thinking which ones do we have potentially counterplay against. Killmonger is very good in this metagame. It's very, very, very good. Super strong card. Yeah, and like in that last game, replace Chavez. Like I said, when they played Iron Man, right? It was literally like the exact same thing as talking through Chavez. Just replace the word Chavez with literally any other large bomb they could have and talk through the permutation. Do we win the game depending on where they play the large bomb? Is like the TLDR there at the end. Doc Ock is actually quite reasonable into Atlantis, chat. And you know what else is super reasonable? Hobgoblin into the super flow. A Cosmo right here. Yes, that is also super true. Saying decks don't play X is weird because of the card acquisition, because a lot of people don't have control over what they are or aren't playing. Is also super accurate. Okay, so... Huh. I think I'm playing armor into the Avengers compound here, because this will leave me the flexibility to play Destroyer left into Atlantis if we armor up here. Alright, I'm gonna snap here and play Hobgoblin in the middle. And then we get to play Doc Ock into our Cosmo lane next turn without pulling cards in, just as a 5 mana 10 power stat stick. Then we'll have a 21 power Destroyer in Atlantis, which is still enough to beat this, and we'll have 16 here, and they're on -3 here in the middle.
Clear for takeoff.
So feels like we got a decent shot here. Oh gosh! And then we actually have 7 resources next turn, so we'll get to Nova middle and give everything +1. So we're holding on for Nova for now because we don't want to play it out into the armor path here. Sorry, sequencing. Opponent snapped. That's a little scary. So they have to add 6 power here. They have to add 4 power here, and they have to beat 19 here. I mean, we're definitely staying in. Alright, you got me. I've been onslaughted. I punted this game, right? if I think about Onslaught as a payoff, we just play here and then we win. But this card is largely unplayable, so I wasn't thinking about it. But yeah, they beat us because we weren't thinking about this card. Because there's no single card they could play center to beat Destroyer here, right? Because even Shang-Chi would lose to Hobgoblin. Yeah, we should have played mid to play around Onslaught. Avery, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back. Yeah, good beats for the opponent. That's the thing, chat. Your bad brew can get 8 cubes off of people that aren't expecting it. That's the upside to playing bad brews in this game. Just like, if there's one thing maybe we could teach card gamers on this channel, it's stop making assumptions about cards your opponents are guaranteed to be playing or not playing. If your opponent's playing Claw, they're always playing Onslaught. No, wrong. Super incorrect. In fact, I have an infinite split Claw, and I've never played it with Onslaught. Actual 0 times. Shang-Chi drew with Goblin thanks to the Claw. Yeah, but then we won right? We won the tiebreaker? My statement stands. Oh, this is a Quaid. I was like, why is that bigger? It's a Quaid. Hobgoblin is actually a little awkward into New York, huh? I guess I could Hobgoblin here and then Doc Ock mid. Yeah, that could have been a line to play around that. Good. I could definitely see that being a thing we were supposed to do. You're like Doc Ock on 4 and then Hobgoblin into the Baxter building on 5. That's probably a better line, huh? Yeah, that would have been much better. If we'd have Doc Ocked here, we'd have filled this, then we could have Hobgoblin into here to likely be able to win the game, but we're definitely dead now.
Escaped.
We have been really bad about drawing rocks today, for sure. Not better beats. Yeah, I agree. Wave definitely makes Hobgoblin much better. Much more consistent disruptive tool when you can depend on your spot not getting filled that you're playing it into. So Hobgoblin's obviously great into Clintar. So it'll be -10 here. Okay, that's actually a sick beat because Nova with Destroyer means that we'll get to win, right? So I think that's a snap.
Oh, snap.
Why do people play this card, chat? Why do people play that card? I don't get it. They like that? Do they enjoy that experience? I have no cards to play, chat. I'm just winging it. Well, that's actually not great for us, necessarily. I'd kind of like to draw a Deathlock this turn so we can clean these out. I probably want to save this for turn 6, right? Let's drop Hobgoblin into Sokovia here. I don't want Bucky to go mid. Damn. Yeah, going first is not great. Good Destroyer here and hope for the best. Wolverine's gonna end up at a random location. So we'll either have 10 here or we'll have 4 here. They have 3 cards, so 2 of them got bigger from Nikia. Yeah, the problem is Wolverine randomly goes to a new location. Yeah. We're 1 in 3 to win this extra cube, which means it's worth staying in, but...
Defeat.
I guess I could have Destroyered into the Cosmo path here, and that gets us a win. But like, what if they play Rocket Raccoon and Ant-Man here, right? Like this Ant-Man was 7, so like this would be 14 here, so they'd be 28, and I would have been 2, 4, yeah. So like, obviously it's easy to look at this and go, well, the way this game played out, these cards, it's correct to play into the left path, but like, Rocket Raccoon wouldn't activate. Okay, sure, so it's still 20, it's still plus 12 instead of plus 14, so it's 26, and I'm still 22 to 26, and we still lose. Like, that game ends up just being a game like that, there really isn't anything to learn from that. Like, we just lost a coin flip on where our opponent decided to play. And honestly, I think you could argue, but it's not a pure 50-50, right? You'd play the Destroyer mid. No, the Destroyer mid's awful, because there's no way we win either of the other 2 paths likely there, right? We're gonna lose priority on turn 5, so Killmonger was live? No, I don't think so. I also don't think Killmonger being live really accomplished anything there, right? Because they had things that weren't 1 on both sides. Were these all 1s over here? Maybe they were all 1s on the other side. But no, yeah, part of the reason why the opponent's archetype is the best deck right now is you can't control priority for things like Killmonger. And they're almost always losing because they wait till last turn to play their hand out. Ah, good old rock chit. The Subterranean Alatan. Oof. That's rude. Artwork's adorable though. Body's ready to draw 3 rocks. All right, we read your Destroyer, okay? We read your Destroyer. There's nothing. It's hard to be too upset about that. It's the best possible draw after 3 rocks. We get to have 17 power here. Dr. Doom's kind of scary. Well, can't beat those good beats. We drew 4 rocks. They drew Shang-Chi. Not a whole lot to be done there. Alright, Colossus and a Deathlock gives us a good chance to win Asgard here. It's hard to be too upset about that Nova hit. Like, they spent a card to turn our one mana thing into one power It's like, okay, sure. Ooh, wave. We just Hobgoblin mid, huh? Because we're up by 6. Also puts up by 14, so most things they play here are still losing.
Escaped.
Oh, you know what's funny too? My opponent and I were actually both bad here, right? We both forgot that Asgard was about to move. So we technically both should have been playing into different paths, right? If I had been playing correctly, I would not have been putting my Hobgoblin there anyways. Okay, so do you know what's actually quite fun, chat? We get to wave into Doc Ock on 4, which will let us fill the Avengers compound, locking them out of a play on 5. So, yeah, we'll Wolverine over here for now, but we're definitely going to wave into Doc Ock here.
Clear for takeoff.
So we can play these here. Is really all about we can do. If we Bucky into Deathlock, that might be a W, right? Because Wolverine could flip mid, too. I think we play this. Magic is cute. Now we're hoping Wolverine does not go mid because I want to destroy her mid.
Enough said, bub.
Okay. Oh, now we just Hobgoblin, right? We Hobgoblin, right? You think they're gonna claw? Yeah, claw could do it. They're playing like the Wong deck though, right? And they're usually not. That deck usually doesn't play claw. I was gonna Hobgoblin, right? Hope to win the tiebreaker. I guess if they're an Iron Man deck, we get Torch on the tiebreaker left. Alright, so Destroyer mid would have won that, but again, not really a great way to know that we're playing around Ironheart. I guess they had all but 2 cards out of their deck, and that's a card they play with Wong a lot of the time. This card's just so incredibly powerful. Getting to change the rules of the game on the last turn when your opponent's not expecting them to change wins so many games. It's easily one of the most powerful single card effects in Snap. So do we just, like, Bucky into Deathlock here, middle? Trying to win middle gives us the best chance to find Killmonger. So I think that's the line. Alright, so since they waved, I think I'm gonna Hobgoblin. Because if we find Destroyer, that's pretty good for us. Alright, you have locked down the right spot. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, so I think we armor Nova. And then we Destroyer into Central Park. Next turn.
Oh, snap. Opponent snap.
All right, let's go. I mean, we're beating Infinite, right? We beat Infinite in both of these locations. Math. This is 4. This will be 10. Oh, do we not beat Infinite mid? They might play it left though, because they're further behind in mid. Yeah, so we actually lost to Infinite mid, right? But they were more likely to play it left because they were super behind in the mid. But I guess our mid was also full. I don't know, it's an interesting psychology there. Because, like, our center is filled, but they're more behind there, right? But we beat it by 1 on the left thanks to Destroyer with the Nova. That's interesting. I think we're right to stay in there because I think the psychology is they play it left, but I think they're probably correct to play it middle, right? Because we filled this with Nova. Beefy Trevoli, thank you for the 18 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Well, so Hobgoblin's just a 5-mana play that your Destroyer doesn't break up. And Doc Ock has synergy with Cosmo the same way Destroyer does, where you can just, like, play him into Cosmo's path as a stat stick without his downside. I'm gonna wave mid here and then just Destroyer on 4 and pick some cards up.
Wind, aid my hand.
Well, okay, that's an interesting question. So they played into the flooding now. So do I give up Asgard to Destroyer here and guaranteed win the flooding? I think so, right? And then I think we just like punt Asgard and play for the big house where we'll have a 6 power card. That's interesting. Really surprised they didn't play into the flooding there. I guess they didn't have a good play for it. Well, with the white tiger here, I'm more inclined to Hobgoblin, but I guess there's also the danger of if they're a white tiger deck, they're probably an Odin deck, right? We have 4 cards left in our deck. Cosmo, Colossus, Deathlock. Okay, I think I'm going to armor Wolverine here and play for the big house, because a lot of their cards can't play into the big house. They can't play Odin this turn. Yeah, that could get them there. That's true. Wow. Yeah, the huge brain play. Okay, and that locks it up then, right? The fact that they didn't have the mana that turn was everything. Then we could just Doc Ock as a stat stick here, because this location is full now. Yeah, the fact that we were on turn 5 and they were likely to play into Asgard, to setting up to Odin the following turn. Yeah, that's a good read from Dara. They're at the top of the ladder for a reason. Good shout. Solid game. Yes, if you play Bucky and then Nova, the Winter Soldier gets the bonus from Nova. But we played Nova and Bucky on 1 and 2, so we couldn't sequence it the other way. Alright, how close are we to a card? We're not that far off, right? 18 levels? I like the Beast Bounce deck, is the deck I played to Infinite off stream last season. There's highlighted that up on the Snap YouTube channel. It just has the most fun sequencing decisions, I think, in the game. Beast Falcon Collector deck. I'm gonna armor into Asgard, because if we draw Destroyer in the next 2 turns, we could wave into it. It's potentially fun. This also might be a we blank their turn 5 by Doc Ocking into the Avengers compound on 4 here, I think. I think I'm gonna go for that line. We're gonna wave into Asgard, and then next turn we'll Doc Ock into the Avengers compound. This says cards have to be played here on 5, and Doc Ock says, hey, all your friends are coming here early. So probably losing Asgard, but also doesn't really matter because our opponents won't be able to really leverage the extra cards that they're getting. Wakanda being the 3rd location here is kind of awkward with our Bucky and our Nova. Well, we both went for the same thing there.
Clear for takeoff.
That's funny. And I think we're kind of torched then, right? Because they have Sunspot here in the middle. That's why they snapped, because they were locking this early because of my wave. Alright, that'll do pig.
Escaped.
Hey, morning, Wargy. Thanks for 33 months. Welcome back. Have you tried Zero or Professor X? I don't own Zero, and I hate Professor X as a card. I just absolutely despise that. Absolutely despise that how Professor X plays, and I refuse to play it. That's true. If we hadn't had priority, their professor would have flipped up first, and then Doc Ock would have won the left side. Is a good shout out. I really feel like a design space they haven't experimented with yet in this game is hopefully we see designs that are ones that screw with priority, like this card always flips second or this card always flips first type effects. Our start here is really good. We get to go armor mid, into wave mid, into destroyer, into Atlantis here. Speaking of the Beast Bounce deck. Okay, so... Okay, that's actually kind of interesting. So, with Nova drawn here, I kind of want to wait on the Destroyer, right? So, I think I actually want to Hobgoblin middle, and then next turn on 5... we'll go Deathlock Nova, and then we'll Destroyer into Atlantis on 6, I think is the plan. It could also be right to just, like, Colossus Deathlock in the center on the last turn. Devil Dino. Okay, so they're counting on Devil Dino winning Atlantis. I think we can beat that, though. Yeah. And then I think we do these here and just count on... Oh, this costs 3 because of... Okay, so I can't do both. I forgot about the Icebox. This is still fine, though, right? This is plus 3 stats here, so we're adding 10 to this location. We're already up by a lot here.
I am Iron Man.
This is a 23 power destroyer here, thanks to the power of Atlantis. Sorry, 24 power. It's gonna get 1 from Nova going away. So we'll be up 15 in the middle, because we'll have 18 there. So we have 16 in the middle currently, and then we'll be up a little bit on the left. And if they play anything else 2 here, they lose the 5 from Atlantis, so that's pretty unlikely to happen. And they have priority here, so we don't even have to worry about, like, Shang-Chi. Oh, am I about to get Ghost Ridered? I feel like we got ghosted there. In both the sense that they played Ghost Rider, but also in the sense that why the fuck would they play this here instead of here? Definitely super spooky. I mean, this card is very powerful anyways, but yeah, it feels like we got Ghost Ridered in a couple different ways there. Very spooky energy. Ghost Rider and Nakia are the 2 cards I most expect to see adjusted in the next balance patch. They're definitely the two that are a little over the top at the moment. I think those would be the only cards in the current balance that I would nerf, are Ghost Rider and Nakia. I think I'd like to see buffs to a bunch of other things, but those are the two that I think should probably be brought down a peg. Let's Cosmo into Westview, since they're likely to play things here to support Angela. I mean, if everybody has access to Ghost Rider, like, Ghost Rider, Iron Man, Lady Sif, Infinite basically just go into actually every deck. But I can't destroy her into this Cosmo path now, which is a little sad. We can, however, Colossus into this path. And then we, like, Hobgoblin right into Destroyer mid on the last turn, I think. Maybe it's wrong to play for right here, but there's a chance that this Wolverine flips over into the right here, giving us a real shot to win that, I think. What cards do I want to see buffed? I think every not Chavez 6-drop should probably have more stats. I think Chavez is, like, literally the only 6-drop with an appropriate stat line in the game. Maybe Infinite is fine, maybe. We could lose here if Wolverine goes mid. We need Wolverine to stay right, actually, because of Bishop. Yeah, we lost. We're down by 1 on the left. Oh, I forgot Cosmo was dying. Forgot he was killing Cosmo. Even info. Yeah, honestly, I'd kind of like, and maybe this is the nerf for Ghost Rider, but I think you could also, like, hedge Infinite for being cheated into play, or, like, give Infinite some drawback when it gets cheated. Like, imagine Infinite, like, destroys everything in the location that it's at when it gets cheated in or something like that. If you want Infinite to remain cheatable, 20 power is probably fine. But in general, most of the 6-drops in this game don't have enough stats. You're worse off playing most 6-drops compared to just playing a bunch of good 2s and 3s and 1s. That's what a lot of the games come down to. Well, both of these are really good for flooding units into. This might be a wave into Doc Ock right, pull their hand out. Yeah, you could have him be worth less power if you cheated out too. That could be good too. You could have him be worth less power if you cheated into play. Our opponent doing nothing for the first 2 turns with Murray Island Stark Tower is definitely a choice. Oh, we lost our Doc Ock. Rough. Okay, well, I mean, I guess we get to Hobgoblin here at least. Ooh, now we get to do this. Now we get to do this. Now we get to do this. Be Cosmo into Colossus here in the old Stark Tower.
All systems go.
All right, that'll do, pig. That'll do, pig. All right, we've been rocking this one for a little bit. I think we can probably change things up. Started right about... That wasn't a bucket. It was not. Chat, the bot system in this game has developed a meta game. Of people making their usernames reflect bot names in different ways, so people think they're bots to snap poorly. Because there's a lot of people that try and metagame snaps on the bots, which is quite funny. Alright, let's play some of this. We didn't play any of this yesterday. I like this one. The bots actually regularly play the meta decks. That's FYI.
Right on time.
Do bots have exploitable snapping behavior? Yeah, they always snap on 5 if they're ahead in 2 locations. Does the domino card have feet? It looks like one is kicked up behind her here and the other one's down here behind the words. No, they have exploitable behavior too. Huh? I don't think they're likely to play a big play into Clint here, so I think I'm actually going to Magneto left and then play into Captain Marvel into Clint to win that location. It's my long-term plan here. This will also suck the key out of here. There'll be Captain Marvel on 5, then probably Killmonger Hellcow on 6. Unless we draw like a Shang-Chi that seems opportune. Our opponent's taking their good sweet time this morning. I wonder if they're having a connection issue. They've been using the max time every turn. They didn't make any plays there. No plays that turn after I hit Magneto. It seems extra strange. I wonder if I'm supposed to Doc Ock to mess up their discards this turn. They just like kind of played this on autopilot. You want to snap here? Yeah, I think our opponent's DC'd. I guess if they're DC'd, the snap pulls them out. We'll see that. It seems like they're disconnected.
Victory.
Yeah, I think they were disconnected. Not really a game. Thankfully, the entire length of a match of Snap is, The entire length of a match of Snap is less time than it takes for a, less time than it takes for, Disconnect Timer in Magic Arena. We're so good at drawing rocks, chat. At least we're drawing Domino next turn.
Always lucky.
Then mulligans take longer than a full match of Snap. Yep. We get to hide Killmonger in the Dark Dimension at least. The monochrome here means we did hit a bot this round. Yeah, I mean, I guess we just play Wave. Our plays are kind of scripted here. Alright, so we're just not playing into Subterranea at all. I guess Magneto could kind of go poorly here if they Heimdall off my wave. Oof. Yeah, I think we're actually dead to the bot because of all these rocks. I just didn't have any other lines here. I guess I could have Doc Ocked.
Escaped.
We just Doc Ocked as a stat stick.
What are the odds?
It's a cute agent. I think that border means a bot. Either that or this is a human that's played in a holy amount of this card. I haven't seen that border effect before. It looks really slick. Hey, Socio, thank you for the tier 3 and thank you for the 47 months. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. Ha! Well, that's pretty good into Angela for us, I suppose. I guess we'll just Juggernaut. Oh, the portrait is a bot. Yeah, this one you can't get here, right? Grab Chavez here. Oh, I forgot to put my other Jubilee into this deck. We'll fix that after this game.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, this is just Captain Marvel into a... Well, honestly, Captain Marvel... I was gonna say we held Cow plus Killmonger on the last turn, but it could be right... It could be right to just, like, Magneto suck Bishop and Punisher out of here, right? That's probably a win, right? We pull these this way, and then like Captain Marvel can land here, because both of these, this will get less power from both Clinchar, and it'll have less because there's less of my units here.
Oh, snap.
Oh my gosh, did we just get torched? I think I just got torched.
Defeat.
Alright, don't count on the bot doing things like playing into here. If I had Killmongered Hellcow, we'd probably win, right? We would kill this, and then we could Hellcow here, and then Captain Marvel hops over. I guess would we have still lost center that way? There would be -4 here. Yeah, probably. That's not a great showing for our pile of cards to start. The captain moving didn't win the game anywhere, so it didn't move. Because we lost tiebreakers. Yeah, the agent would have also died, but I think we lost center. Magneto mid would have won what happened there because of Chavez. Is that true? Or because of Captain Marvel? I don't know if that's true. Marvel would have only tied the right lane, right? Because they were at 9 there. I would have had 3 plus 6. Marvel's only 6.
Right on time.
Obviously, not dominoing into Murder World. So I think they're more likely to play into here than into expansion. Because they could randomly be losing expansion. So I want a Juggernaut where I think they're likely to play. So we have a chance to knock whatever they play into Murder World. Swing and a miss on that one. How does expansion flip go? They got a 6 drop. We got a 3, I guess. Like, the Killmonger upside's pretty minimal there because we were already going to do that. Hey, thanks for the Prime Nesserol. Appreciate it. No, I think they've covered most of the super popular Marvel characters. The handful of Marvel characters I'm pretty familiar with that aren't already in the game are in the data mined unreleased cards that'll be coming at some point. All right, what's our route to victory look like here? It's feeling like a retreat game between the Onslaught giving them expansion and them getting a Chavez and torching ours. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could Doc Ock and see how it goes on the left here. This card's like not great. That wasn't even randomly generated. They're playing this card. It's in their deck.
Victory.
What are they doing? What, like, they just, like, have Cosmo or something? Like, well, I mean, like, our previous deck had a bunch of deck building decisions on, like, built around that card, and I didn't see any cards that they had played that, like, mitigate what the Destroyer does, right? And, like, they were a fucking Jubilee deck, chat. Imagine you play Jubilee on 4 and she flips the Destroyer randomly when you weren't prepared for it. Yes, shoot.
What are the odds?
Well, Juggernaut into Jubilee likely wins Asgard. Oh, I guess we're losing our hand here. I wasn't thinking about that. Our hand's pretty bad here. I guess we'll just do this. I guess the fact that Adelan flipped up makes it less likely that I have... I guess Adelan makes it less likely that Chavez is on top of the deck, right?
Escaped.
It's gonna be happening again. This deck really doesn't care for this location. The decks have flooded the board like this one a lot, but we're like trying to sculpt what our early turns are, what our later turns are gonna look like based on what our starting hand is, and land makes that difficult to impossible to do. I'm gonna domino into the dark rather than compete with this or play into Danger Room. Juggernaut Stark Tower, they're pretty likely to want to play things here just because it gives extra power down the line, so getting things here early has value. Alright, so they have 5 mana this turn thanks to Psylocke. This is a 0 drop, right? So it doesn't die to Killmonger. My 5/6 is looking like Octopus Magneto. I think I'm just Killmongering this turn then. And they're going first here, so if they flood with 1s over here on the right, Killmonger will get to take them out. I'm gonna snap on. I snapped too late. Doc Ock makes their Dracula markedly worse, which is great. Doc Ock will not proc Danger Room on their cards that get put there, no. Stark Tower is also not a combo with Dracula because this resets its power, so the +2 doesn't matter for this. Now, one thing that is a potentially worrisome with Doc Ock here is Dracula would imply they have some large lads they don't mind discarding. Hey, who you got? Give him to me.
All systems go.
So if they play a card here, let's say their last card is Chavez. They play Chavez here. We tie here. We win the tiebreaker. They play Chavez here. We pull Dracula over. We're up here by 22 to 14. So we're up here by, 8? And their Chavez will put them to 18 to our 15. So we lose because of Danger Room. Chavez right kind of gets us, huh? Oh, we could pull Wave as well. That's true. If we pull Wave, that's 15. Yeah, that actually works for us. Okay, yeah, I'll stay in for a 50-50 pulling wave. My opponent retreated. Okay, deal.
Victory.
Ooh, infinite split. We're so close to our next card, chat. Maybe these boosters will get us there. Raven. Let's split our wave. Swap this one out. Well, discarding it to Dracula is worse than playing in that instance, Time Lord, because the Dracula's power would go to 10, whereas otherwise it would be 10 plus 2. Dark Dimension's actually a little convenient for us here, because we could technically just play Hell Cow into here. I'm kind of into it. Then we can fill the curve later with Domino if we need to. No plays in the 2 early turns makes me think I want to save, like, turn 5 wave for disruption, so I'm not going to ramp here.
Wind, aid my hand.
Okay, sweet. And we have the Juggernaut combo now, so we'll just snap here. And then our 5 is wave plus Domino. Because even if they have Jubilee here, we have priority, so this will kick it before Jubilee flips. And it goes to the Dark Dimension, so now it just doesn't turn up this turn as actually aces. I actually want to Domino into the Dark Dimension, bank 6 power here. Or 9 power. I think I like that.
Victory.
They retreated to the Disruptive Wave there. Yeah, this card, it's so easy to want to just like jam this card early to ramp into your things, but it's so valuable against a lot of these meta decks to be able to be like, nah, this is going to be a Disruptive element late. Big House isn't too terrible for us. We was with Captain Marvel to be able to sneak into there. I also have a few things that can play here early. We'll see what the second location to flip up is. This might be a Domino into Big House game.
Always lucky.
Strong Guy deck makes me think that I probably want... Do I want Disruptive Wave again? Early Doc Ock could have a lot of value here too. When I think of Wave Big House into Doc Ock mid on 4, I kind of like it. Magneto into the Savage Lands could potentially win that on 5. Nakia makes Doc Ock feel less good, sure. But like, here's the thing. The Nakia deck is going to play all of its cards guaranteed anyways, so I might as well take away the agency of where they play their shit. So, it's actually still just fine here. Yeah, where it goes and in what order are two things they just lost complete control of there. All right, I'm gonna Captain Marvel and then Killmonger Juggernaut might actually do it for us, huh? I think is the plan. Is it Magneto or is it Killmonger Juggernaut? I think we do this, right? Actually, I probably want to Killmonger first and then Juggernaut, right? Because I'm going to be 19 here. And they can't play a 6-drop here because it's the big house. So whatever smaller thing they play here will get kicked over to, even if it gets kicked mid, that's probably fine.
Oh, snap.
That might just concede if we snap.
Victory.
Yeah, I agree with that. It looks kind of medium at first, but then there's a lot of, and there's definitely spots / decks that you play into that you don't want to Doc Ock them. Like there are matchups and positions where it's like playing Doc Ock is actively bad and you shouldn't do it, but there's a lot of matchups like that one where taking away the agency of how they get to sequence their cards is huge.
Right on time.
Thorks, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. I appreciate that. Like Doc Ock is really good into the metagame deck right now. Which is the what's it called? What's it like the zoo decks? Because they're gonna empty their hand anyways, and getting rid of their sequencing and dictating where their stuff goes is huge. Oh, that's true. We're no longer playing the Destroyer. Am I just waving here? I don't really have a great play for her next turn, but I think I'm just waving here. Lady Sif ditched my Ghost Rider. What matchups is Doc Ock bad in? Ones where your opponent has lots of expensive cards, they're not going to play out before the game ends.
I am Iron Man.
Alright, so we lost our wave there. I think we just Jubilee right. And then Hellcow is going to get to win Monster Metropolis for us. Which is nice, so we got to worry about winning Hala. think Doc Ock could be in a Galactus deck. Maybe. That's a very interesting card to try and make work. So Magneto pulling Killmonger out technically wins Monster Metropolis for us. It could be right to Magneto here. I don't know that Killmonger wins right. Does it? Does Killmonger win right? It puts us to 14. And they have a Sentinel for 5. And then they need another 5 power thing that costs 4 or less. If they play 2 into right, we lose? No, that's not true, right? Because we'll win middle. Because the Devil Dino will be smaller. I don't know. It's close. I think I might be right to Magneto, man. Alright, sick. We're gonna win because of priority. Oh, we won even without it, right? Because this is only 4. So we'd have lost Magneto mid to this sequence because all of their cards drew cards. Oh, all 3 of their remaining cards put cards back in their hand for Devil Dino, so Magneto would have lost. Alright, chat, one more card upgrade and we get some excitement or disappointment. I would love a copy of Magic. Like 6 different decks we could slot her into. I'd also really like Hood. Hood and Magic are the two cards I want to build with the most. Alright, do we snap the Sunspot into the Killmonger? I think you always just snap the Sunspot into the Killmonger, right? Ooh, we get to Juggernaut here now, though? Okay, we'll chill for a second. We'll chill. Everybody chill. Everybody be cool. I'm gonna snap still, but we're gonna be cool. Whoa! Alright, let's go. Giddy up, opponent. Yeehaw. I kind of want to Doc Ock the Citadel, because I'm setting up to Shang-Chi them here, right? So if we pull in other fatties here, it's kind of good. What do we think of Killmonger plus Wave this turn? Putting 12 into Asgard, and then we Magneto center on the last turn. I guess if they play right here, that's bad for us. I think this is bad. You think it's reasonable to drop extra secure into the path they have 21 power into? Firmly disagree with you. You're entitled to your opinion, but I'd like, if you think you need to Professor X your location that has 21 power in it, like, why are you playing that card? Like, actually just play armor instead, right? Because, like, at that point, you only lose to Shang-Chi, right? So if you're worried about your path that only loses to Shang-Chi, just play armor. It's 3 mana cheaper. This is one thing that is definitely true about this game is it's definitely, it's the stream sniping in this game is the biggest advantage anybody has ever had in a game, stream sniping. Professor X's other utility over, it does. It lets you coin flip other locations if you're into that sort of thing. I don't have Juggernaut or Jubilee to follow up Storms. I think I'm just waving in Captain Marvel here. Is this game free? All drugs are free for the first bump. It's if you want more after that you have to start paying. I guess Doc Ocking the Infinite deck's probably not good. It might be fine into the negative zone, though. Okay, and they passed, so we're just dead to the Infinite in their hand, right? So we not only didn't get the Infinite, we also hit their wave, so I can't double spell this turn. Shang-Chi wins what, chat? How are we winning with Shang-Chi? Oh, because of Captain Marvel. Yeah. God damn it, Twitch chat. Motherfucking Twitch chat. Stupid, sexy sunspot. Never trust a Twitch chat. It wasn't Gap this time.
Always lucky.
I think we're gonna run Storm Juggernaut. into the Superflow here, or we're not. We're gonna run Storm Juggernaut into Sokovia.
Wind, aid my hand.
So long, friends. We get Jubilee here. And then we have Shang-Chi plus Wave next turn.
Opponent snapped.
Staying here. We could definitely lose this game, but I think we have an okay shot.
All systems go.
That's a 7 power. It's a 7 power Nightcrawler. Does that get us? That might get us. I guess I can Captain Marvel Hellcow. I bet we still lose mid. They might play right because we have the most power in mid, though. I'm gonna stay in for 2 more cubes, but I don't think this game's a lock by any means. I suppose if they only play mid, Captain Marvel wins right. But then we lose left in mid. If they move Nightcrawler, we probably lose mid. They have 4 cards in hand, 3 of them were buffed by Nakia. Okay, so they need 15 power out of these, and one of them's a strong guy, so we die. Alright, small margin. We would have died if they would have committed it to Subterranea.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
This card is just so much power for 2 resources. Nakia too, right? Like their Nakia was what? Nakia was like 6 power for, or 7 power for 3 resources. It's actually kind of a small Nakia, all things considered. Everybody for hanging out this morning, by the way. Welcome. If you're new to the channel, my name is Jeff Hoagland. I stream full-time here on Twitch. Play a lot of card games, Magic the Gathering, among others, and I've been completely addicted to Marvel Snap. So I've been playing a lot of that this week. And doing a ton of it since I got into the closed beta last month. Hopefully they've been slowly opening it up to more people. Arkadar, thank you for the 58 months. Welcome back. That's a long time. Hanging out for almost 5 years. 1, 2s, and 3s can't be played here. That's fine. I think we wave into Magneto to win Asgard. Killmonger's not a terrible pickup. Is this a Doc Ock game? Feels like it could be. There could also be value in playing Captain Marvel out because she can move into Kunlun and become an 8-power card there. And this collector gets a little bit too big. Shang-Chi can chop him down. I don't know if this Doc Ock is good here or not. Their deck tends to be one that ends with cards in its hand. Was that good for us? I think that might have been good for us. Do we just Captain Marvel now? I think we just Captain Marvel now, right? I guess if I think Doc Ock is a lock. You know, Jubilee Hell Cow. There's no cards in my deck. I feel like it's either Captain Marvel or Chavez, right? It could just be Chavez, right? Because, like, they're kind of locked to the Crimson Gods. I'm a little worried about a Devil Dino happening. Of course, their hand's only at 5 right now. So Devil Dino is probably smaller than Doc Ock. I think I was going to Chavez, right? This is Shang-Chi. Alright, so we are torch regardless what we did there because of Shang-Chi. Oh, I guess if I would have Shang-Chi'd or I guess I could have Chavez left there. I was just kind of expecting them to make this a good bit bigger. I wasn't expecting 13 to win this path. Maybe I should have. Because then, I guess that would have put us, if we Chavez left, it would have put us ahead in all 3 paths. But if they have like Moon Girl plus a friend on the right, that could end poorly for us. Marvel would have won with the movement buff. Yeah, it would have won that particular game with the movement buff. That's true. So maybe rather than Chavezing left, we're supposed to Marvel right, because Marvel's almost as much as Chavez if she ends up on the left anyways. It tastes delicious, Steve.
Always lucky.
Game. Does the game predict the movement buff? It does. Yeah, I don't think any of our lines beat everything that they did. It's a lot of cards, chat. It's a lot of cards. Do the wave. Okay, and I think I'm into Doc Ocking Olympia to kind of get a feel for how much power we're dealing with here.
I am.
A lot, chat. A lot is the answer.
Opponent snapped.
Okay, so the right side is gone. Is the right side gone? I guess, Killmonger on the last turn cuts Rocket Raccoon down to size, right? Is this just like a Jubilee Chavez into Central Park and then like Killmonger Hellcow on the last turn? That's true too. They only have 3 cards in their hand. Yeah, I think it's Jubilee left, and then that leaves us Hellcow plus Killmonger on the last turn. I guess we probably still lose this path because of Strong Guy, although they have 2 cards in hand. Strong Guy's not guaranteed to pop off. If we Hell Cow Killmonger here, they lose this. They play 1 card, this goes up 1. So that'll be 6, 11, 13 here. And I'm going to be plus 9. And I'm going to kill all 3 of these here. Hi, friends. Oh, yeah, that's true. Our squirrel dies. Oh my gosh, our squirrel dying costs us it. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, so we needed to play into Olympia, assuming they couldn't empty their hand then? The squirrel missing. I just assumed we were gonna win the tiebreaker, but the squirrel dying means they get us by 1. Rip. Mistakes were made. Okay, we have Storm Jug for 3/4.
Right on time.
Domino into Stark Tower. We went about cube even. We went about cube even with the Destroyer deck. It's probably gonna make the highlights channel. It's some fun games.
Wind, aid my hand.
Lockjaw. All right, punting Asgard chat. I guess we have Shang-Chi next turn. Let's see what they find here. Or we have Shang-Chi this turn. I mean, our Jubilee gets locked. I think Doc Ock in a lockjaw deck's a little ambitious. Because you just don't control when your stuff's coming up. Does Doc Ock into Chavez win Stark Tower? I'm not sure that it does, because putting 3 cards into play here gives them all +2 this turn. So I think I'm just supposed to Captain Marvel, and then we hope Marvel plus Chavez is enough here.
All systems go.
Oh, they thought they were gonna win middle with Vision. Marvel makes that more complicated for them. Because Vision's like Captain Marvel that you have to predict with, right? So this card's got 1 less power, but she just like looks at everything after the fact. Alright. RNGesus is taking the wheel for our opponent. Wow! What a roller coaster. Life's like a jump rope, chat. Up and down. Up and down. All of the emotions. The highs and the lows. Alright, chat, we got a new card. Come on. I would like Magic or Hood. Just like not another Destroyer Caliber card, chat. Okay. Okay, we can make content with this one. This was actually towards the list of things I was looking to open at some point. This is a deck we can build. This is a card we can make content with. I'm down to Patriot. I do have Ultron, actually. Yeah, 2 power is no joke. Not at all. Oh, I have to delete a deck, chat. All right, let's be honest, chat. The Sarah deck is probably too powerful for me to ever play on stream again. Maybe I'll play it off stream. What are we deleting? What are we deleting? I haven't been playing the Agatha deck. We'll get rid of that for now. I can't delete the Thor deck because I haven't recorded the deck tech for it yet. And what we got some good games with the Thor deck. It's gonna make the highlights. Thor was fine with Lockjaw, okay? All right, so Patriot and Ultron. Patriot, Ultron, Khazar are our first 3 cards, right? I do not have Doctor Doom. Unfortunately. We want Onslaught. Onslaught's actually another way to approach the Patriot deck. That might actually be better than Ultron, honestly. I might want to start there, because this having to leave a bunch of locations up. I don't have Mystique, no. I think Onslaught might be better here. Because like doubling this doubles power at a bunch of locations. Yeah, Ultron gets hosed by fill locations. Agree. Is it a Wave deck? Wave could be okay for Disruption. And if we play Wave, we could play Hulk. Whirl Girl. I'm not sure if, like, Misty Knight and friends are actually good, like Shocker and stuff. Brood is a playable card. I want my Brood. Yeah, I think Debris is good. I agree with that. Can we play Viper if we're playing Debris and Squirrel Girl? I think so. I don't know that I really want to have room for Nicoya on my board. Mr. Sinister is probably fine. You want Lockjaw? I do not have Hood, unfortunately. Hood would be good here, though. I didn't get in a copy of Wave yet. We could technically play Ebony Maw with Viper. That does occasionally get people. Bucky kind of fills. I don't think I want to destroy sub-package. I guess Carnage is like okay with Debris. Do we want to play Carnage, Bucky, Nova? There is, but like clicking into type of search every time doesn't take that, takes about the same amount of time as just scrolling idly. Yeah, I think that's probably a fine sub package. Yeah, Nova's another thing that's good for going wide. Maybe that's better than the Wave Hulk. Is doing that. Yeah, Winter Soldier has no abilities. Just flavor text. You want Mojo? Mojo is pretty good with debris. That's true. Well, Killmonger's not very good with our debris. I don't know if Khazar's good enough. We have like squirrels and rocks, I guess. My mute icon is currently up, sure. Let me fix that. Khazar's okay with Onslaught. That's true. It is another ongoing to boost with that. Then we could round out with 1-drops. We could technically get Khazar and Patriot into the same lane as Onslaught and get 2 double ups is kind of good. Let's just double check all the ongoings real quick and make sure there's not any we want. Oh, we could just play Ant-Man as a 1-drop then if we're filling. I think Misty as the last 1-drop's probably fine. I do not have Mysterio. That would also be an okay one to play. I think this seems fine to start. We have not infinite split Misty yet, chat. We'll get there. I clicked the wrong deck, chat.
Escaped.
We'll give up a cube for content purposes. Squirrels and rocks are 1-cost cards for Khazar. Well, that's a fantastic start to our deck if I ever saw one. Okay. Carnage is actually kind of great here, right? So I debris here to fill these, and then next turn we Carnage mid. And we go Patriot Onslaught center here. They could be a Killmonger deck with their Nova into their Angela lane. Is definitely true.
Oh, snap.
I'm gonna snap and then we're gonna die to Killmonger. It's the way things are meant to be.
All systems go.
So, Onslaught doubles up ongoing effects, so it makes Patriot crank everything up to +4.
Opponent snap.
Oh yeah, Killmonger me daddy. Take my cubes.
Defeat.
Probably just never beat that card. Chat, you have to accept in card games you're gonna lose to hard counters. That's just how the beats be. Your choice to not lose to hard counters is to play something that doesn't have a hard counter. Those are your options. It's okay to lose to the card that hard counters your deck, chat. I promise you it's not a big deal. We're just playing Patriot into the sewer. It's possible that only one way to crack these open is not enough. Oh, also, I just realized I put the wrong Art Carnage in my deck. It's kind of a tilt. Fix that here. I think the Carnage draw means we're live here, right? Because we, Carnage gonna kill these, and then Bucky's gonna be like 10. And this is gonna be,
Victory.
Yeah, I don't know that Viper is good enough looking at those games. That might be the slot we put another destroy thing in. Is Venom better or is Deathlock better? I think Deathlock might actually be better in this deck, huh? How often is Venom gonna eat 5 or more power worth of things in our deck? Probably not very often, right? And like if we're blowing up exactly these two, Venom is worse than Deathlock. Yeah, Venom does count the Patriot bonus, but that's not always gonna be something that's in play. Okay. Okay. That was not the 2-drop I wanted for Christmas. Well, that actually makes the Carnage play into here even better, right? Goose is interesting, so... do I want to just debris mid then? And then we like Ant-Man Carnage next turn? We could line up Carnage for the last turn. Squirrel Girl plus Patriot here. And then we go like Khazar Ant-Man here. Although I guess I probably want Squirrel Girl's passive bonus, or the Patriot bonus here. I need to be able to play 2 things here next turn, right? Oh, wait, I should play Squirrel Girl here because we're going to eat this one, right? Yeah. Because then these 2 will get the bonus from Patriot.
Oh, snap.
Okay. We want the Squirrel Girl to get eaten. And it's okay to talk about Squirrel Girl getting eaten in this game, chat, because Batman isn't a Marvel character.
Clear for takeoff.
So now we get to go... oh, crap! I can't Khazar into the Avengers compound because of Goose. Because of Goose. That'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. We just, like, Brood here now. Brood is more power than Ant-Man? Yeah. I can't Ant-Man, because all cards have to be played here. So I think I just Brood, and then we'll, like, Carnage plus Ant-Man next turn. Oh, I can Carnage plus Khazar middle next turn. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. I think this is fine. Well, I guess Ant-Man, if I'm getting Khazar in, means that this would be +1, +3, so it's actually more than Patriot bonus. Okay, we'll do this. Okay, so they're at 14 here, but Khazar is gonna pump these 3, and Carnage is about to pump the rest of them as well. So now a pretty good spot here, I think. He says before they flip armor into Clintar. Armor's not really a metagame card anymore, which is good. Good for what we're trying to do here. Oh, did I miss? Did I put these in the wrong order? I probably put them in the wrong order, and I can't currently undo it, chat. It's fine. We're gonna miss 1 power here. If we lose by 1 power here, it was my fault. I think we're gonna win. I think we're gonna win Avengers and Clintar though. No problem. This is a sweet game. Some small slops on my part, like forgetting about Goose, and then this small sequence here, but our deck looked powerful. Watch us lose because of that one. No, I think we're good. I think we're good. Yeah. Okay. Whew. Spectrum almost got us. I was not expecting that. All right, good stuff. Yes, Patriot was our card for today. Nice to get a solid build around. Why Misty Knight? Because she gets powered up by Patriot and Khazar. If I had Hood, I'd probably replace Misty Knight with Hood, but I don't. I don't currently have a copy of Hood.
This land can never be fully known.
I don't really care about my cube here, and I'm just trying to make content with the Patriot deck, so I'm just gonna not play this Weirdworld game. That sounds really boring. Weirdworld's a really dry. Weirdworld's a really dry location. Yeah, the Demon from Hood is a 1 mana 6 power card with no abilities. It's definitely a negative EV concession, but from a content perspective, it's plus EV. Squirrel Girl? Squirrel Girl? Squirrel Girl. Okay, so negative zone means I want to play Nova into here because we're going to play to destroy this path now. And then we'll Misty Knight into Asgard so we can try and win this to draw more cards. Perfect. It's actually great. Good old rock chat. Nothing beats rock. Carnage is better than Deathlock, right? He'll be 8 power here, 9 power in the center. And then the second, the Deathlock's kind of awkward here. It might just be a game where we don't play it, huh? Hopefully we're gonna win Asgard thanks to the Nova buff, and then we'll just have plenty of other cards to play. That's unfortunate. I guess Deathlock is plus power on the right, huh? And there's no reason to play Ant-Man out proactively. We're probably torched here. Yeah, I'm not excited about this, but it's the line. Super punished.
Escaped.
Our Onslaught was discarded to Sokovia. So there was no punish in our deck for holding Ant-Man. This is a neat tech card I'd like to open at some point. This card makes Professor X an interesting card with play and counterplay. Bucky, eh? I'm buckying down to the right. Get this set up as a location that we want to destroy things into. Altergo, thank you for the 1.5 years of support. My job wouldn't be possible without folks like you. Thanks for keeping me around. Okay, wait, so we brood here, and then we Spider-Man the Avengers compound on 4, so they just can't play on 5, right? I think that might be a snap. Okay, I think I'm down to snap there for sure. Okay, sweet. And then we get to go Kazar Ant-Man here on 5. And then our 6 is Patriot Carnage. Maybe not in that order, but...
Neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Clear for takeoff.
Oh, our cards are more expensive. That's fine, though. We can still Ant-Man plus this next turn. Although I guess Squirrel Girl makes that question a little bit. We'll see what we're gonna do. We'll think about it. Okay, so we know they have Apocalypse. Which, would I rather play Ant-Man or Squirrel Girl? I'd rather play Ant-Man, right? Although I guess, do I need to hedge the center? If we do this, our center ends up with not that much power. Yeah, I kind of need to hedge the center with Ant-Man, I think. Well, so if they play Apocalypse here, we're actually winning all 3 paths at the moment, right? Because Patriot's gonna crank up 6 over here. And then over here, we're gonna have 4 plus 8, we'll have 12 here. And then with Ant-Man in the middle, we're going up to 12 here as well. So we'll be 15, 12, 12. I think we're good. Maybe? Three cards here is a little scary. Oh, they had a swarm. I missed that they had a swarm. Oh, they didn't have a free swarm. Okay. I didn't think I saw them discard a swarm, but it was possible I missed it. Okay, sweet. Narrow margin there. Glad we went the Ant-Man. Squirrel Girl also adds 4 power mid. Yeah, 4's not 5 though, right? So we'd have tied, and then I guess we would have won the tiebreaker, but I think I'd rather just have 1 more power here than an extra. Like, it was like, it's a question of, would I rather have 1 more power in the middle or 2 more power right? So I could have been 15, 12, 14, and I think I like 15, 13, 12 better. That's close though. If someone figured out a permutation where being 15, 12, 14 was better, I'd believe you, but... Because we could have let Carnage eat Squirrel Girl, is the sequence we could have done here. And then the Squirrel is a 4 power thing because of Patriot plus Kazar. It's close. I don't know that Squirrel Girl is strictly worse though. There's probably a permutation where playing Squirrel Girl is better. Yeah, Squirrel Girl would be +2 over here. This location's actually pretty reasonable for our deck. I think I'm gonna snap. Not only do we have Squirrel Girl to sneak in here, but like Nova and Winter Soldier are both good in there. With Death's Domain on the left providing us a free destroy things at will, I think we just play Deathlock into the right. Okay. I see you. I see you. Do 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 do. Yeah, Patriot and Khazar might get us there here this game. Maybe I should have Khazar'd into the Tinkerer's Workshop because of Ant-Man. Because if I draw exactly Onslaught next turn, well, I guess Onslaught here probably wins us the game. Let's do this. Okay, now with their wave, I actually want to play Onslaught. Oh, they're probably the Death Wave deck, right? That's a Squirrel Girl. Squirrel Girl's actually not terrible, right? It's sad that I can't also Nova this turn. Although we're gonna lose to Death, right? Do we lose to Death? If you're looking for lots of great deck highlights, check out my Snap Focus YouTube channel. There are a ton of them up there and more coming every week. We lose to Death, Chip. Because Squirrel Girl is only +4 here, right? And she goes here, and then there's that. I think I retreat. You want to go Squirrel Girl left? I guess that gives 4 here and 4 here. Death Center still just beats us there, right? It's +7 mid. All right, we'll give you 2 content cubes, chat. I think we're dead here. Yeah. I feel about, well, so I don't know how I feel about Wave's interaction with cost reduction. So Death reduces her cost for each card destroyed in the game. So Wave makes it cost 4, and then Death's ability applies after Wave. It feels like a bug. I'm sure you could call it a feature, but I mean, I'd be curious to know if that's functioning as intended, for sure. If that was the design intention with Wave, it could be. It could definitely be what they're going for there. Our hand is very good this game. It's honestly might be oh, they're the Death Wave deck again, right? We just played against that. It's the same person. I guess I don't have Patriot yet, so I don't think I'm snapping because I'm missing Patriot. Can we make any lane past 25? Yeah, definitely. Onslaught plus Patriot is 16 points into a lane, almost on its own. Plus Nova and stuff. That's a pretty early wave, huh? Oh, that's super unlucky. Now I can't Nova into here? Sad. We drew Patriot, so I think we snap here. Can't play Nova and Ant-Man here, unfortunately. That's fine. We're already pretty far ahead there. Kazar is going to add 2 more power here, and he'll add 2 plus whatever here, so the Chavez doesn't beat us. I could have Kazar left it an Ant-Man mid. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, thanks, Brad. I tried a few different things for sure. Hopefully we can knock you into the same person again would be ideal. Definitely feels very hard countered into the Killmonger decks. Yeah, my sequencing at the end there was just wrong, but it didn't matter because of Killmonger. What if we Nova mid to hedge the Killmonger? Does that mean we win right? If we Nova mid Kazar left, we win left and right there, right? Yeah, so maybe. Yeah, I think you're right. That's a good shout. Oh, hey, chat. That works for us. Well, shit. They snapped? Really? Entry at mid, because our left stay in. Oh my gosh, they hit Swarm. Swarm probably torches us, right? I mean, we can't lose any more cubes that we're already committed for because of TVA, so we'll play. Oh, they can't play Swarm left. That's true. Are we good then? Not being able to play Swarm left means we win. Sick.
Victory.
Again, if anybody else wails through the battle pass, this is a visual bug. They're gonna correct in the next patch. These 25 credits collect for 50. FYI. Yes, even if you modify the cost of cards with things like Mr. Negative or Beast or others like Swarm, the original printed cost or client cost is what applies for things like Crimson Cosmos.
Opponent snapped.
Opponent snapped on one. I guess my hand is good enough to stay. That's fine. Not amazing, but fine. We get to go Bucky into Deathlock, so we probably win Asgard. That seems decent for us. Yeah, I like the Domino deck a lot, for sure. Yes, Death can enter the big house, because she's not exactly 4, 5, or 6. We are a pretty decent Mojo World deck, that's true. Invisible Woman's kind of scary. She does silly things with Hela. And they snap, so I have to imagine their hand looks pretty good to start here. We probably want to set up for Khazar plus Ant-Man into Mojo World, I think. I guess I could also punt Mojo World. Gotta decide. They did nothing again, really. With the other one-drop drawn here, I kind of like Debris 1-drop into Khazar 1-drop, but that doesn't give me the problem with that sequencing is it doesn't give me a good window to play, it doesn't give me a good window to play any copies of, Patriot if I draw them, so I think I need to Khazar here, so that way I can, like, Ant-Man, Misty Knight, Patriot next turn, potentially. I think I'm gonna snap here with them doing nothing so far. Debris blocks their combo mid. That's true. Maybe it's a game where we just don't play Onslaught then? Do we just, like, skip playing Onslaught this game? We just like Patriot, Squirrel Girl, Nova. Oh, but actually, my Debris is gonna put a rock here. We actually fill all these locations, right? I mean, do I think I'm playing to win Mojo World is the question? I guess Mojo World could be in play for us. Good old rock. Nothing beats rock, chat. All right, if I think this is in play, I want to put a rock here. I think this, I want to sequence this. This will kick Squirrel Girl squirrels into here, which then they get bigger from Patriot and Khazar. We're not on 0 power here. Girl left. You want more power, right? Just to balance better. Just we're already a little bit ahead here. I can see that too. I like that debris makes pretty rocks. When she has her cosmetic level increased. We played Electro Viper. I don't think it's very good, Crunchy. I guess it's like kind of an anti-meta thing for the Zoo deck, but the problem is like, how do you leverage the big problem with Viper Electro is that you only spend 2 of your 4 mana on turn 4. So you don't actually net mana out of the combo is the problem, because you like skip spending 3 mana on turn 4 to then have 1 extra mana on turns 5 and 6. I guess it technically lets you cast an extra 6 drop, but at that point, if you're just casting a 6 on 6 and 7, on 6 and 7, you're not really getting ahead still. Bucky Barnes' Deathlock into Asgard is such a lovely one, too. Sign me up. We'll play Misty Knight somewhere else, because we don't want her to get blown up. Honestly, I think Wakanda Embassy on Debrute is a snap here. It's actually kind of a sick beat for us too. Ha! Alright, well with that one, we just go Brood middle and then we Nova Deathlock next turn, right? If we hadn't snapped already, we definitely would now. So we can Khazar here, Ant-Man here, and then Onslaught here next turn. Yeah, Mr. Negative is why they didn't concede. They have things like White Tiger that can cheat into the Sanctum for sure. We could lose this game, chat. Yeah. I'm gonna pass here, because I only have 1 play, so we can wait and see what they do before I decide if I want to Onslaught or Patriot. Patriot cranks up my plays in the center, which is nice.
I am Iron Man.
Okay, so do we think the center is torched then? I think we're playing for left and right, right?
Opponent snapped.
If they Zola the Magic, Patriot beats Magic here. Is something to note here. So would I rather Patriot then? Patriot's +3 in this location, and it's +4 here. I think it's Patriot. They snapped though. It's a little scary. I'm gonna stay in. They could have a White Tiger as well here. If they have a White Tiger, they get us. This was free. Ah! So close. We thought through this one at least.
Defeat.
Again, just another example of I think Magic's probably one of the best cards in Marvel Snap. Would desperately like to open that one. We thought through our sequences and played door outs. They won fair and square. Well, you mean if they, by fair and square, you mean they played the busted card I haven't opened in 2,000 levels, then sure. I think Magic should probably have less attack. Although I suppose in that instance she was Mr. Negative, so it doesn't really matter. In that particular spot, it was largely irrelevant. I think we're Bucky Barnesing into the big house, so I'm gonna Misty Knight to the right. Could also be right to Brood into here. Alright, Chains of Plans, definitely brooding into Murray Isle next turn, huh? Not only did we draw Carnage, but Onslaught Citadel flipped up for our Khazars, so I think that's a snap. We'll make some friends, it'll get real big real fast here. Losing Misty Knight is sad, but also like Killmonger happening now is kind of good for us, I think. I guess if I Squirrel Girl after Carnage, Squirrel Girl gets bigger from Khazar, which is nice. Yeah, they're probably the Death Wave deck, which is more reason to play out my cards proactively here. So that way if they wave, I can Khazar into Onslaught Citadel next turn. Hey, Inhuman Rabbit, thank you for the 32 months and for that super generous tier 3 sub. Welcome back. Happy Thursday. Yeah, Onslaught off the top would be absurd. Oh, that would have also been absurd. 2 cards in my deck, chat. 2 cards in my deck. One of them is Onslaught. There he is. Okie dokie, artichoke. So Onslaught doubles your ongoing effects. And we've already got some ongoing effects here, chat. Up, up, and away. I mean, to be fair, if we'd have hit Patriot here, that would have also been fine. That was what was on top of our deck. Patriot would have meant we would have won Murray Isle. Death me, daddy, death me. That was kind of gas, chat. Our Ant-Man is a little bit large. He's got some stats, chat. He's got some stats. Yeah, they definitely need to work on the kerning for the big numbers. When they hit double digits, they become hard to read. Like Ant-Man was there. That's Ant-Man at the end of the movie when he gets real big. Yeah. Someone asked about Venom. We're playing Carnage and Deathlock. And in many situations, Deathlock is just better than Venom in this deck. Because he's destroying low power things. Will be some scenarios where Venom would be bigger than Deathlock, but I think in most in this deck, that's not the case. Which is why we landed on Deathlock, because I do have a copy of Venom. Charge aim. Doesn't really do much for us. Guess we're just like playing Ant-Man mid. Huh. Well, now I have nowhere that I want to Carnage or Deathlock. I guess I could Deathlock into the danger room and then Brood into the danger room next turn. I feel like I just need to be able to play this card somewhere. Because if I don't play this turn, I'm committed to playing whatever I draw off the top of my deck next turn. Because like if I Brood here, I don't want to Carnage or Deathlock anywhere. I think I Deathlock here and hope to win the 75%er, and then we'll Brood there next turn, and then we're getting set up for like Onslaught in the mid eventually. 6 cards in our deck. All right, and that's a Khazar. So I think, what's left in our deck? We have 5 cards in our deck. We have Bucky Barnes, Misty Knight, Nova, Squirrel Girl. I think we Brood here. If we Brood, I'm kind of committing to going Khazar into Onslaught the last 2 turns, but I think that's fine. Opponent snapped on us. Okay, and that's perfect. So we'll go this here, and we'll fill Onslaught in on the center on the last turn, and Onslaught Ant-Man should likely do it for us, especially with Khazar getting doubled up as well.
Oh, snap.
Onslaught Khazar also gives us a bit more power over here, but I assume they're winning that because of Ant-Man. Okay, so definitely torched on the right. Got it. I think we win center with Onslaught. I guess they're about to get +6 here. Ah, Electra. Oh, man, what a disaster. Torched shit. Torched.
Defeat.
There have been any mentions of Twitch overlays in the works for Snap? Yeah, we need a PC client for that to be possible. I mean, even without double Electra, we lost that, right? Like, Electra hitting either of our things killed us. You can't get into the Oglandia Discord. Did your sublapse? Again, I can manually do it. The server refreshes with member integrations at set times. Oh, weird. It's actually not. All right, let me refresh. It's actually not syncing automatically. It hasn't been synced since last Saturday. Click it up. You should be good to get in there now. I'm gonna need to ping Discord support. Find out why it's not syncing automatically. It's supposed to. Honestly, we should probably be snapping the Onslaught Citadel, right?
Oh, snap.
Well. Oh, that's a tilter. I looked away and came back and our thing had gone away. Oh, I put it over there. That's fine. That's fine, I guess. I don't know if my body is ready to get what's it called again here? Scarlet Witched? Or, the kill my thing card. Oh, Blade discarded Electra. Well, that's sick for us. Big numbers go burr. I don't think Ultron is very good. We looked at that card when we put this together today, and I think playing Onslaught's just better. I hate when support discords I'm in that I haven't visited for a while rearrange everything. Welcome to the party, Squirrel Girl. Right on time. Miniaturized Lab's actually super awkward for us. Because, I can't put rocks or Squirrel Girls into there later on, which kind of sucks. Hopefully the Los Diablos base ends up ruining it. I'm going to play Bucky Barnes for now and just hope that this gets ruined after turn 3. Scar was really not ideal there either. I guess we'll just do this turn. We don't even have our payoffs yet either. Hey, this is probably an escape here. I guess I get to do this and then Onslaught here, so maybe that's okay. Oh, we're just gonna get death waved, right? Not giving him another cube.
Escaped.
The Patriot deck felt super reasonable. Floating about the same cube count, doing stuff and things. Well then. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I don't know if my body is ready to get Enchantress yet. I don't know that I'm necessarily prepared to be Enchantress.
Oh, snap.
Misty Knight's a tough lady, chat. She's a very tough lady. Good golly. I think that's optimal sequencing. It could also be right to put the rock into here, just so we have another thing that's, I want Nova after the rocks. I want the rock in the center. We're locked out this way? No, I'm gonna have, space here and here, right? I think. And the way this works out, we filled their mid and left now. Oh, that's Nightcrawler, gives a little flexibility. Debris is good into this swarm variation too, because their board's just full now.
Opponent snap.
Excuse me? So if they Chavez mid, and we assume they Chavez into a bunch of swarms, right? Because they can't empty their hand for strong guy. But I think I just play to maximize power here, right? Like we Squirrel Girl here, and only get a 7 power squirrel plus a 3 power thing here. I think they're gonna win. They can win mid. They can add 20 power to the right. Is that accurate? They can add Chavez double swarm here. But if they Chavez double swarm here, I win middle, so that's fine. And Chavez double swarm is 12, 22, so they go to 30 here. And I'm gonna add 7 plus another 3, so that's 20, I go to 26. Maybe this is better to hedge the middle because we're more likely to win middle. This adds a 7 power thing here, putting me to 30. And if they add Chavez is 11, 12 more here, they go to 28. I don't think they can trigger Strong Guy with 5 cards. They've already played Hellcow and Blade. Actually, just a straight bluff. Get out of here.
Victory.
Our debris being instrumental disruption there at the end. Yeah, there is straight bluff or miscount, one of the two. Deal. Huge debris that game for sure. For sure. But Jeff, I saw someone on the internet say that deck doesn't play Chavez anymore. Yup. We're 80 levels off of our next card, chat, so probably not tomorrow. We'll have a few new things next week. Squirrel Girl left because we'll blow her up down the line. Thing with Nova. We just debris here? Gonna rock into their negative zone and fill this space up with crap. That's a little sad. I don't have room for that now. Do I want to fill the center with Khazar, or do I want a Khazar right? I think I want a Khazar right, huh? What better card do I have to fill here otherwise? I don't think any. I guess if I draw Onslaught, I'd rather have Khazar middle to pump these more. And I guess I'm kind of losing middle, so maybe like Misty Knight into Onslaught center is good. I think it's Misty Knight into Deathlock, and then we play for an Onslaught center next turn, I think is the line here. I guess we're losing left now though, right? Yeah, that's just an Ant-Man. Dead no matter how we slice it. Take your cube.
Escaped.
Almost out of credits, chat. I'm down to my last 1,100 credits. Slow and steady. Afternoon, Taha. Yeah, our draw definitely wasn't great that game. Hey, chat! Rocks work with Patriot. God bless us, everyone. We should snap. I don't know that I'm that confident. I think I'm gonna Squirrel Girl right, and then we can Brood center Patriot on 4, draw some cards with Brood. Or off Asgard, probably. Best laid plans, chat. Okay, debris not terrible. Well, I guess she's a little awkward with Deathlock. Do I have to give up this Asgard bonus now? I don't see a reasonable way to play for the Asgard bonus and sequence Deathlock. So let's do this and see what they do. Okay, Misty Patriot probably means we win Asgard. Although I guess I probably want to Patriot a location where I can, I probably want to Patriot a location I can Onslaught. I'll snap here. This is adding 6 power to the center. Shiggity Shreked, get wrecked, shit. Brutal. Well then. Yeah, they were just upgrading Lizard there. For sure, just upgrading Lizard there. I'm not giving him 2 more cubes. We're torched.
Escape.
That was a bad beat. Enchantress alongside their Lizard's a nice combo. I bet they're playing Red Skull too. That's another thing that Enchantress upgrades for them. It's a good, solid piece of technology. Alright, so never not Bucky plus Deathlock into Asgard. Ongoing effects doubled, and Patriot and Khazar in hand. That's the snap. Hitting Citadel is really good for our Patriot deck, chat. Turns out. Yes, all of the zoo variations are very good right now. For sure. That's a solid hit too. Love it. And then next turn we get to go Misty left plus Patriot mid. Although, honestly, depending on how much if they don't commit anything to Asgard here, I might just Misty right. Let's see. I think we just chill. I think I want to commit into the Wakandan embassy to get Ant-Man going. +4 here should hopefully be enough. We're going to 17. They did just Nakia, but like we're going to 17 here, so we're up 13. They're out of cards in hand this turn. I think Carnage is an upgrade to Ant-Man here, right? Because I'm not going to fill this location regardless. And then, where do I think I'm winning? Am I punting the Citadel? I think I'm punting the Citadel here, right? You want a debris right to fill these? I think they're likely... Well, I guess they're probably going to move Nightcrawler. They might not move Nightcrawler this turn is the thing. I guess with Khazar, we could win center here still. All right, I'll debris right. I feel like we're not going to get a rock mid, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think it might have been right to play towards rock to the right. Oh, what does Onslaught do for the rock? It gives me 8x, right? So the rock goes to 16. So that's 16, 22, only 25 here. I listened to Gap, and then I died because I listened to Gap, chat. Stop me if you've heard this story before. I guess we just play Khazar here. I'm gonna play Khazar right and stand for 2 cubes. Hey, look, chat. We died to Chavez. Weird.
Defeat.
So would Onslaught mid actually have won it for us here? But we'd have tied middle and then lost the tiebreaker. Onslaught would have been 16, 22, 25 mid, but it would have also added a bunch of power here. I think we would have won the tiebreaker, right? If I would have Onslaughted mid. It's just impossible to know that they're gonna play right here, right? If I would have had a rock over into here, we'd have won this path. Yeah, but like, so there's a different game where we play Onslaught mid and then they play Chavez mid and we die, right? It's just kind of one of those coin flip endings. I definitely should have played Debris Center. Debris Center was correct on 5. To the right. Okay, so it's a debris on... It's a debris on 5 angle for sure, right? To fill into here to disrupt Tella. This is awkward though, because if I wanted debris on 5, now I can't Patriot mid, but honestly, we probably still win even with Patriot right?
Oh, snap.
It's close though. My body is ready to be Killmonger, chat. Citadel's not featured today. We're just super lucky. Obviously, Patriot is better than Onslaught here. Patriot will put us up to 15 here. And then he'll add another 2 mid, and then he adds 5 here. It's a pretty reasonable spot for sure. Definitely permutations that ended us losing the game here, but I think we're more ahead than not in this spot. All right, we're gonna do one more with the Patriot deck, but I think it's time to let chat vote on what we play for a third deck today. Mr. Negative, Show and Tell, Beastly Collections, or maybe the Discard Collector deck. Hey, chat, you got 3 minutes to vote. I'll play another game while we do voting. As always, you can use bits or channel points to vote a little bit extra. The American way. Game ends on turn 4. Uh-oh. Damn it, game. I needed longer than that for deck voting. Okay, well, we're definitely winning Murray Isle, right? They did nothing. That seems good for us. Huh. With Patriot, do I just debris this turn now and then Patriot next turn? I think so, right?
Oh, snap.
Although I guess this gives them a rock in the center. Gives us a rock in the center too, though, so it's kind of a wash. The key is kind of scary. The game is definitely ending this turn, chip. Maybe I'm supposed to Patriot right, actually, to hedge that. Ha! Won the tiebreaker by 1. Nailed it. They're up 3 here. We're up 4 here. They notably would have lost if we would have Patrioted to the left because of Ironheart. All right, looks like Discard Collector's up some votes. I'm just gonna let the timer run down here real quick. Run to the restroom. Be back in a minute. Yeah, this card collection looks sweet. All 4 of the decks we put up for deck voting are sweet. Okoye is a wonderful card to play on turn 1. What's going on, my wiener? Thanks for the entire year of support. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. I think we just Hellcow, right? If we're a truly skilled card game player, we'll discard Swarm twice here and just be super far ahead. If we're never lucky, we'll discard the Moon Girl. We gotta win a 50%er and then win a 66%er afterwards. Okay, won the 50%er. Lost the 66%er. That's a good summation of my life, chat. That's not terrible. We'll drop Miss Wing into Asgard here. Honestly, I think we snap on that one. I snapped too late. Sedge. Ooh, piece of candy. It's a little sad to do this before we draw with Asgard, but I just want to use my resources this turn. I'll just do this, huh? Get committed. Like here's 21 power worth of swarms. Your move, Yugi boy. Playing Doc Ock into the same lane as your lizard is an interesting choice.
All systems go.
I guess they could win this here. They need to add 3 center and they need to add 7, 8 right. Maybe?
Victory.
Oh, yeah, we had discarded several cards. I forgot. This is going to get a big bonus. Yeah, they're just torched. JK, LOL. You're right. I saw one. My brain mixes up Morbius and Collector work. Collector needs to be on the board. Morbius is ongoing, so he triggers after the fact. So Collector has to see the cards added to your hand. Morbius does not have to see the discards. Important distinction between those two effects that are kind of similar on 2-drops that start with 0 power. By the way, for the regulars that are always here hanging out, I'm going to be live tomorrow for my normal stream time. However, Saturday through the 14th, I'm going to be off. Christy and I are taking the kids up to the Wisconsin Dells for a number of days, and it should be fun. But I won't be here. I've got a number of highlights teed up for both the Pokemon Unite and the Marvel Snap Highlights channel on YouTube, so there'll be new content coming that way, showcasing some interesting decks and builds and things depending on the game, but I won't be live. For people that aren't from the Midwest, the Wisconsin Dells are a water park. All right, so choices. Also super awkward that the Sanctatorium is there now. I mean, their Angela is winning and I can't cheat anything into there. And our swarms honestly aren't that great here. I kind of want to just bail. Do we just bail for the cube? Because like my sequencing's kind of awkward and they're winning the Sanctatorium. And our deck typically wins by swarming the board, pun intended. So being locked out of a lot of board space here is not great for us.
Escape.
So the Collector being ongoing is interesting. So it definitely makes its potential for power be much higher, but it also lets it offer counterplay in the form of Enchantress. Because there's technically no counterplay for Collector currently other than Shang-Chiing it when it's really large. Definitely not bleeding here with no discard payoffs in hand. Now, chat, Gap has given us lots of good suggestions on different things over the years. It's only explicitly their Marvel Snap suggestions that get me rinsed off. Do you have any good Spectrum decks? Spectrum is a member of the long list of cards that is just not good enough. I think every non-Chavez 6-drop in this game needs a boost. Yeah, Spectrum needs more stats or something. I don't know what it is, but she's just not strong enough. Okay, so this is actually incredibly gas now. So we get to go Colleen Wing, Hellcow, Blade. And then Wing guarantees discards our lowest cost card, and then these two are very likely to ditch Swarm. So I'm gonna snap here on the Swarm draw. Collector gets bigger because we get 2 Swarms in our hand. All right, 66%er. Okay, we hit. Then we're a 75%er to keep the Dracula. Our goal is to keep the Dracula here. And every swarm we hit, that becomes more likely. Never lucky rubber ducky, chat. Never lucky. Our Collector is only 12. Could have been 16. Ooh, a piece of candy. All right, I'm going to play Swarm out here for the purposes of pumping it up more with Murray Isle, but I'm going to wait on Morbius for now so they don't know where that's coming from. You think all the discards are chosen simultaneously instead of one at a time? I don't think that's true. I think collector never goes above 6 power. Yep. How big does a 6-drop have to be good? I mean, that's contextual. You know, like, how many strong guys are in the format? How good are the non-6 drops? Oh gosh. Oh gosh. It's Morbin time, chat. Just super rewarded for waiting to play Morbius. Think you'll find it's morbid time. Yep. Are they gonna fight me for the right side here? I guess the collector's huge, so they kind of feel obligated to. I wish I knew how big these Morbiuses were. They're like 9s, right? They're 9 balls, I think. Let's do this. Oh, I can click my portrait. I have 4 discarded. Look at that. It counts destroyed too. The more you know. Today I learned. Today I learned. So this is 31-9 here, so we should be pretty good. We played out everything center. We're up 15 here before we swarm 2 more. Sweet game for our deck for sure.
Victory.
Swarm is a very aptly named card for sure. How much alcohol should you drink if you watch Morbius? I think Morbius was a very reasonable... If Morbius wasn't an MCU movie, I think it's very reasonable. I hold movies in the MCU to higher standards typically than other movies, though. It was mediocre by MCU standards, but still a fine action movie. In my opinion. Let's get Morbius building up on Murray Isle here. Alright, so they just Lady Sif and Odin. So Ghost Rider is gonna say you're taking a bath on the right side. Is this a Colleen Wing hope for the 1 in 3 angle? I think it's a 1 in 3 angle on Miss Wing. What a truly skilled card gamer we are, chat. You wish your card gaming skills were as strong as our card gaming skills. I'm gonna Dracula into the danger room. YOLO Swaggins.
Clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff. Wow, that's a banger.
Oh, snap.
Oh, snap. Man, they were super torched, chat. Apparently they did not have Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider confirmed not in their hand. For the people telling me it's not actually an MCU film, I don't care, chat. The easiest way to figure out, does Jeff own a card, is ask yourself, is it a good pull 3 card? And if the answer is yes, it's a good pull 3 card, then no, I don't have it. So I am currently missing Ghost Rider. What about Patriot? To be fair, I think I have opened a disproportionately high number of good content pool 3 cards, which is really all I can ask for. All right, I'm playing Nakia into the Space Throne because the Space Throne's not going to be the Space Throne forever here. I think Drax is the worst one. I think Drax is potentially playable. I think the worst, I think one of the worst pull 3 cards is probably Rescue. I think my pick would be Rescue for worst pull 3 card. Because at least things like Wasp and the other one that are 0 mana cards, you can like justify playing them with Lockjaw. Rhino gets us a little bit here. Can we turn this around? Are we bailing out and giving them a cube because they rhinoed? I'm just gonna bail out. I don't know that we're 0% here, but I think we're low enough that I'm gonna bounce because of the Space Throne. Baria is actually very good for us here. So I get to do this now, and then I get to play Colleen Wing before the Hellcow discards happen, making Swarm more likely. I already snapped, so... I want to draw some extra cards here. I think Dracula and Apocalypse are the worst payoffs in this deck, but you just need them because you need a certain density of payoffs because you don't always draw Swarming Collector. I think we're just chilling, right? Do I want to take the 1 and 3 on Swarm? I don't know that I do. I think I want to get Morbius out of my hand before we start discarding. Never lucky rubber ducky. Okay, Tinkerer's Workshop is low-key great for us, because it means I get to play Dracula this turn. And then we can Nakia Blade next turn. This is fine. I'm just gonna skip Nakia now, I think. We're gonna play to win left and right and give up the center. I think I want to leave the Dream Dimension open to add a card to. So we'll add this into the Tinkerer's Workshop. Because Apocalypse is getting discarded to this.
Oh, snap.
That's a Snapchat. Oh, that is weird. Hellcow doesn't cut the Apocalypse twice. Yeah, chat must be right that it must decide both discards right at the beginning, not accounting for other things. Still enough to win here, but I would have expected this to be 24 power, not 20. With no Apocalypse in sight, I think I'm gonna Morbius into Atlantis here. A rare occasion where Twitch chat is correct, something like that. Dang it, Bobby. We just Colleen and discard the blade playing on curve here. And now now we just Moon Girl and we go Dracula into Dracula Lady Sif, right? And then we just absolutely crush them. So I think we actually just snap back here, right?
Oh, snap.
We're in a pretty good spot here. Oh, I guess the Moon Girl messes up guaranteeing the apocalypse hit, huh? That's not something I considered. In my brain, the Draculas were just getting the apocalypse automatically, but these don't guarantee it the biggest thing. Alright, we're 1 in 6 twice. I'm gonna play the Dracula and hang out for 4 more cubes, I think. Just to echo sentiments that other people have echoed, it feels incredibly bad to get beaten by this card constantly and not know if I'm gonna get this card for 2 more months. That's definitely a pretty net negative card game experience. Having the best things in the game. The Nova format obviously wasn't great, but it is noteworthy that, like, everybody had access to the best deck was an important thing to acknowledge about that. Yeah, it's the same thing with Ghost Rider. Whenever the best thing you can be doing in this game's format isn't a pool 1 or 2 thing, people are gonna feel that squeeze real bad. And it'll be interesting to see if that's something people are willing to stay through. The success or failure of this game will largely hinge on something on that idea, whether or not people are willing to experience that. And when I say if I don't know if it'll be a month or 2 for me to get, I'm saying that as a whale. If you're a free-to-play player, you might be in the situation where you don't know if it's going to be 7 months until you open Death or Ghost Rider. So pretty big distinction there. My potential 2-month wait is because I spend gobbles of money playing Marvel Snap. Dracula here and hope we find a swarm for this collector. Okay, I mean, that's a good beat.
Oh, snap.
Well, it's not even just not knowing how much it'll cost, Tance, but not knowing how long it's going to take, right? Because I agree with you. Normally that squeeze gets people to spend money and buy cards, but you can't craft specific cards. You can't know that, like, okay, in X period, I get to get towards this card. I've discarded 4 cards. Dracula will be discarding a 5th card. I think we just play like this, and we have to leave one of these in hand for Dracula to get a little bit bigger, and this makes Collector and Morbius bigger as well, so we're playing to win all 3 paths right now, so we need to add power to a couple. Arnim Zola could be really scary. So the Nexus events will be the big thing, right? Because they said that they said there's going to be 2 different Nexus events that each let you spend to get 2 different cards per month. So in theory, there's 4 cards a month that everybody can target and work towards to guaranteed collect. So that could mitigate some of those issues for sure. And it depends on what the price point is, right? Like if it's $5 to $10 to get a guaranteed card out of the Nexus event, like spending $5 to $10 to get a card in a game like this compared to other games of similar types of things is like not unreasonable. For the genre, that is pretty on par. All right, so our deck really wants to swarm the board, pun intended. So we're gonna play the Nakia and the Okoyo into Death's Domain, so we have lots of open spots here. Yeah, the details on how the Nexus events work are still forthcoming as well. Is moon girling this hand a winning play? I think it might be. I'll get an extra Colleen Wing, an extra Hell Cow. Odin on this wave and get shoved into a little trash can. All right, no Odin. It's a good beat. They have 1 Death's Domain. You good? I think we're good, right? Just for the cubes. We were good here, even if they played Chavez, right? She was only 11. Good old rock, chit. Nothing beats rock. But that's necessarily bad for us. Our deck's pretty decent at going long, I think. Central Park is very, very bad for us. That's truly, truly unfortunate. Our deck wants to put lots of things into play. Oh, you know what? I played these in the wrong order. Because if Blade hit the 50%er, Colleen was guaranteed to discard a Swarm afterwards. So it worked out there, but I should have only had 1 coin flip if I had sequenced that better. She always hits the cheaper one. I think I have to Nakia here, as sad as it is. And we're like playing to win Central Park and Tinkerer's Workshop. That Four Seasons tune is great. That's excellent with Megas. I don't know that I want to lock in how much power I have over here. I think I'm going Hellcow mid, Lady Sif right. This makes the collector huge. I could hold for a turn and just see what they do. That's probably not a bad idea with the limited space.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I waited a turn and ended up very, very bad for me. Who could have possibly seen this coming? Definitely not me. Just torched in every potential possible way. Wave would have also been bad for me. Yeah, that's true. Alright, so super torched over there. Alright, we'll play the swarm for tiebreakers. We'll stay in. I'm gonna snap, actually. This is an 11 power Morbius. I think we're good. Morbin time, chip. No, I'm down 3 points in the mid because the collector would be 20 points if I had played earlier gap. I would be up 1 point on the left and I'd be up 3 points mid.
Victory.
Vital, I'm glad you're having fun with it. Yeah, Unite's great. I think Unite is easily best in genre for MOBAs today. Just makes the game so accessible and the shorter game lengths cut through the frustrations of the thing. Honestly, a lot of the things Pokemon Unite does well, Snap does well also. I think shorter game length is really awesome for higher variance games. And solo queue experience inside of MOBAs is incredibly high variance. Then an EV minus Snap, maybe? I can see that being the case, Talrend. Alright, so we definitely Lady Sif because it bins Apocalypse here. And then next turn we can Hellcow to get some value going. Actually, is winning Asgard good for my deck? I'm not actually sure that it is. My hand might be full. Stopping them from drawing cards is probably good. My hands might just be full from swarms here. So I'm gonna snap. Our board's about to go insane. Think greedy thoughts. Yeah, I am. And again, you want to snap the turn before you go crazy, because you don't want your opponent to know what's about to happen to them. Oh, yeah. I should probably Helka before I play. Well, I don't know. Do I need more swarms is a question?
I am Iron Man.
All right, we each get 2 cards here. Fair's fair. Fair's fair, chat. I want to suck your blood. Is Dracula even that good here? I'm not sure that it is. I think I Nakia this turn. Are we Nakiaing this turn? We might Dracula next turn depending on what our hand looks like. Yes, we started the day with the Silly Destroyer deck, and we got enough reasonable games that'll have a highlight reel for sure. We played it for like almost 2 hours this morning. That's pretty. Had some fun ones. Oh, you know what? I should Nakia into Stark Tower here to give her +2. It's a small mistake on my part. Wow, I can't believe they played into Asgard.
All systems go.
Playing into Asgard is super surprising. Do we want a Gamba chat? You're all members of Twitch chat, so I assume you want a Gamba? What do we think? What do we think? This ties right, and we're winning left. And even in the center, we're getting at least 7. Oh no, it's actually winning, right? I'm wrong. So we win? Because Dracula's getting at least +4. And we win the tiebreaker because we have 22 on the left. Don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. We even low rolled there. We got 7 power instead of 23. We still got him. Good beats, good beats, good beats. Dracula missed and it was still fine. Things you love to see. It. Random card to each player's hand. This deck's a super neat combination of mechanics for sure. What's the only pull 3 cards you need for this deck? Dracula and Hellcow are both technically pull 3. Is Colleen Wing a pull 3 card? I forget when she showed up. I opened her early. Colleen is pull 3. Okay. On reveals don't happen here. That's fine for us. Yeah, it might be beneficial in some spots. I think you need Hellcow to make this deck consistently playable. I don't think Colleen's necessary, but the double discard on Hellcow I think is pretty important. Yes, Iceman does not hit 6 drops, is accurate. I think we Colleen, discard the Wasp. And that sets us up to maybe Hellcow next turn. I don't think I want to draw cards from Asgard. They can have that. We need this. Then we have Apocalypse and Swarms next turn.
Oh, snap.
Oh, I do have the variant for Lady Sif. I forgot about that. Yeah, we can swap her in after this. Oh, I just upgraded this one too, didn't I? It's a punt. Yeah, I definitely have that variant. I bought out the battle pass after we had been playing this deck last time, so I forgot to swap it in. Gotta flex the money we've spent on the plebs, chap. Let them know what's up. All right, hit Apocalypse now, please. Thank you. They're playing Iron Fist in their deck. Interesting. I would like 22 additional power here. Ugh. We could lose the hub. Filling the hub last turn might have been a mistake. It might have been right to play Collector mid.
Victory.
No, random cards from the hub are white bordered, and it would say generated by here at the bottom. It tells you if a card's generated by something. Nah, variant preference is super subjective. I've got a couple of variants I don't care for. Like, I'm not a big fan of any of the pixel arts. Like, I have a pixel art collector I just don't really like. Oh, this one's actually a higher level. Perfect. I'm just chilling on one here. Her alt art is sweet, I agree. The background especially is stunning. Love the effect. What cards are revealed this turn? Okay, do we blade this turn then, and then set up Colleen next turn to have the Gambit into Swarm? I think so. What's going on, Mr. 3000? Welcome back. Ooh, do I want to Gamba Morbius, though? I don't think I do. This is a Morbius, right? So we don't risk bidding him to blade in this. What a skill-based game we play, chat. What a just big brain, low variance, high skill game. My favorite variant. I really like the Beast variant that I have. I think it's super sweet. What's our permutation here? Is it just like Swarm plus Colleen Wing? I don't think I'm moongirling. What's the best way to spend money in Marvel Snap? Right now, it's just buying the daily credits you can buy. However, something called Nexus events are going to be coming later this month that will provide a way to directly purchase packs towards specific cards, and that avenue will likely be much better than what we currently have. Let's do this, right? And honestly, I think I'm gonna snap them here.
Oh, snap.
The ink collector into Hell Cows, pretty good here. Yeah, we hit 2 swarms. The collector goes to 8. Swarm doubles up. Okay. Perfect. We don't get to draw a card next turn, but that's fine, because I get to empty my hand, right? Oh, wow. Actually, with Moon Girl, the collector kind of goes apeshit next turn, right? In just, like, the best possible way. Yeah, there's, like, no way we lose this. So we go... Lady Sif here, Moon Girl here, this here, this... No, wait, I need to do this in the right order. Alright, so we need to Moon Girl... No, we need to Lady Sif and then Moon Girl. And if we do this, Sif will turn one of these into 2, and then Moon Girl will turn them into 3 more. So we'll go from 2 to 6, and it's generating 2/5, so Collector's gonna gain 10 power here. This is a sweet game. Had a good RNG early, and then it just set our deck up to do it's just something incredibly powerful.
Victory.
Looking back on it, we could have lost this game if they played better, right? This Nightcrawler didn't move this game. They played it last turn. They could have moved Nightcrawler mid and then played Strong Guy here. Do you mind trying a Cerebro deck? Cerebro's not playable without Mystique, and I don't have Mystique currently. So if you look back on my Snap Highlights channel, there's an older Cerebro deck where you got to play Moon Girl, but because Moon Girl has 4 power now, you can't play Moon Girl in Cerebro. And I think it's pretty important to have a way to double up your Cerebro effect for that deck to be powerful enough. That one is on hold, unfortunately, again, until we get Mystique. I wish there was a way that I could flag cards in my collection as don't ask me to upgrade these. Is Moon Knight good with Cerebro? Yeah, definitely. That's a card I would play in there, because I was playing a discard sub-package in the Cerebro deck I was playing. I suppose there aren't enough good 4s to just upscale? No, I don't think so. Also, like, a lot of the best disruptive cards in Marvel Snap involve, a lot of the best disruptive cards are 3 power things. You just, like, you get to be an interactive deck with the other build. Yeah, and 4 power things are much more expensive, so your deck's just like super slow overall trying to do that. Good old Rock. Nothing beats Rock, chip. Alright, I think I Gamba here a little bit. and we leave these in hand, and we just blade taking the 50%er just to spend some resources this turn. Looks like they're playing a similar deck to us, but their RNG is also not going great. All right, well, glass half full. We didn't lose Moon Girl there, at least. You could say a lot of things about the quality of our hand right now, chat, but our hand definitely rocks. Oh, there's some more pure discard deck. I'm losing. I mean, listen, chat. Sometimes lucky. Sometimes lucky. Remember, just because you're getting incredibly unlucky doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't also getting incredibly unlucky. Carefully and coolly calculated. They knew our hand rocked, chat. That's the mood. They knew it. You could feel it in their bones. The shuffler's rigged against only me. I promise you it's rigged against everybody equally. Okay, so with that, I think we Moon Girl here, so that way we can Nakia a big giant hand next turn. It's a snap, honestly. I'm a little biased because I really like the card, but yeah, I think Collector, Angela, and Bishop are probably all fine cards that don't really need adjustments. If you had to say, Jeff, would you nerf these things? My answer right now is definitely no, I would not. I think Nakia and Ghost Rider are the things I would adjust down, and then I would buff a bunch of other things. I think I would make balance changes if I was given control of things, but I wouldn't nerf much. A lot of it is in a pretty okay, reasonable spot. Okay, so I probably don't want to play into the Angela path, right? They're strong. They're +6 here, right? So if I want to beat this path, I need to beat 20. So I think we do these here. Although I guess Collector's gonna get 2 bigger. If I only need to beat, well, I'm gonna need to beat more than 20 because of Bishop, right? All right, let's do these center for now, and we'll see where we end up at. Speaking as someone who just opened Patriot, yes, please buff all of the cards with no abilities. They're at 24 here right now. Assume they can get their hand empty. If they can get their hand empty, I lose to Bishop here, right? Do you lose if you Apocalypse left? Yeah, they just like play their hand and I die. If they play 3 cards here, they get to 27. They get 6 and 3. We can Blade Drac and cross our fingers. That is a line. Maybe they can't empty their hand, because they did draw 2 extra cards from Asgard. Alright. Gamba. Alright, we gotta hit the apocalypse shit. We gotta hit the apocalypse. 1 in 3. 1 in 3, chat. 1 in 2? 1 in 2? Oh, we lost the coin flip. We lost the coin flip. Womp, womp, womp. This would have been 17, so we'd be plus 14 here, which would have put us to 30. We're so bad at Dracula flips. We've lost every Dracula flip today. Actually have lost every Dracula flip today. Every single one. We should cut him. That's definitely the big brain play. The Twitch chat line. Lost the 50-50 multiple times. Cut the card. Yes, Dracula and Apocalypse does power up Collector 2, so it would have been 32 there. Current eye is a good shout out. You are correct. That is a accurate understanding. Alright, no location swap is a-okay with me. As a collector and a moon girl. Probably wants to moon girl before we collector. That's gotta be backwards, right? If we hit Swarm or Apocalypse, that works out, and that's 40% of our deck. Now, I'm a Moon Girl first here. This might be wrong. Don't cut Dracula, just be luckier. This might be another, Dracula flip game. I'm really surprised they played into Stark Tower this hard. One in 4. Oh, hitting Blade was the worst possible outcome there. That's super unfortunate. You want to retreat? I'm gonna stay for 1 cube.
I am Iron Man.
1 and 3.
Defeat.
So, I think we beat the Iron Man if we hit the Apocalypse there, right? So this would be +7, putting us to 30, and then each of the collectors would go up 2. So yeah, we were 1 and 3 to win this at the end. So we lost a 1 and 2 last game, we lost a 1 and 3 this game. I think for one extra cube, I think staying in for a 1 and 3 for 1 extra cube is fine when we're already committed for 1 cube. Those are decent statistics for us. There can be only one. All right, do I want to fight Angela in Mojo World? Think I do. All right, we're 66% to be happy with Blade's outcome here. And then we're going to add some Danger Room Gamba on top of it. All right, chat. Hell Cow is some glorious RNG here, okay? Hell Cow is lovely. Most of their plays that beat us in the Space Throne involve higher mana. So this would win here if they don't play here. If they do play here, I guess they probably win by enough that they beat us with only 6 on the tiebreaker. So I guess we're backing out here.
Escaped.
Bishop didn't matter if they played center, chat, because Mojo World meant we won if they didn't play left. But they're pretty likely to play left and then win the breaker there. Okay. It can be useful down the line. Draw a swarm next turn. Colleen the swarm in the blade. Orbeus, right on time. Welcome to the party, bud. I don't think I'm supposed to blade a random here. playing on the ladder really hammers home how many people have opened up Ghost Rider while I have not. It definitely feels like a knife that's being twisted. Ghost Rider and Nikki are the two best things you can be doing in this format, and it's not particularly close. Just double Nikia center. Well, now this is much better, right? That might actually be snappable. That's snappable.
Oh, snap.
That's snappable. Collector's actually smaller than a swarm here, right? He'll get 2 from discarding Apocalypse. So this puts me to 10 plus 9. It gives me plus 11 on the right, and it gives me a bunch in the mid. Right, we might lose right, only being at 19. Oh, wait. I actually even have extra in the middle because of Morbius. Yeah. Never not strong guy yet. Yeah, we're going to lose by 1. Oh. Alright, we're going to lose by a lot more than 1 because Ghost Rider is pretty fucked up. Alright, chat. I think I am going to go ahead and call it an afternoon. We had about 5 hours of snapping today. I'll be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central. We're going to do 4 or 5 hours of Snap again tomorrow. I'll also have a new highlight up on the Snap YouTube channel tomorrow morning, as well as most days next week. Tomorrow is going to be my last live day until the 15th, though. So we're going to do Snap all day tomorrow. We'll have a bunch of Snap and Pokemon Unit highlights up all over the next week on the YouTube channels, but I am going to be off from doing live stuff from Saturday through Thursday, I think, the 14th, whatever that is. Everybody, see you tomorrow, hopefully, and if not, we'll see you when I get back. Peace, folks.